Everyone, welcome to another stream. Tonight, we're going to be playing some Sega CD games. Something that we've done quite a bit on this channel over the years. And as such, I'm going to be attempting to avoid the usual suspects. So, you know, a lot of times I like to play Lords of Thunder, or Android Assault, or Sonic CD, or Batman Returns, or Final Fight CD, stuff like that. I'm going to try to avoid that stuff tonight. And so what that ends up leaving us with, outside of cool RPGs that are just way too long to dabble with on a variety stream, is some kind of oddball stuff that might not be viewed in the most positive light. I think some of these games are actually high quality, depending on the circle that you hang out in. Others are just kind of average. Others are kind of like really trashy. So we're going to just kind of bounce around and try a variety of games, some of which I'm not even all that familiar with from an actual like first-hand, experience standpoint. I've seen videos and stuff like that, or read reviews or whatnot, but some of them I just haven't even played personally. So, but yeah, we're gonna actually start off with a good one, probably one of my favorites, and let's go ahead and hit the start button, put that drive in there. Yeah, we're going to start off with Flashback, The Quest for Identity. This is actually, I think, one of the better versions of the game that you can get. One of the primary reasons, as such, is that it's actually got constant in-game music, which is actually pretty good quality. And, yeah, a lot of other versions don't have any game music playing while you're playing the game. Like, you'll trigger an event and, like, a jingle will play, but that's it. There's no, like, constant music going in the background, so... yeah, we're gonna give it a try. Assuming it wants to load. That sound I'm hearing is, not good. I think the game's locked up. Well, that's a fantastic start. Oh. Amazing. Oh yeah, it's like hard locked. Okay, I got a power cycle completely. Wow, we're off to a fantastic start. Amazing. But anyway, out there in chat, I see Dragon Breath was out there a little bit early. He says, "Oh man, can't wait for this one to start. Most underrated console ever, in my honest opinion." And then John Smith, welcome back, man. I see Vince is out there too with the rocking the patch emote. And then we got Mo Man. So welcome to the stream, guys. I know this is a kind of an unexpected midweek stream, but I had some energy after work tonight, and I didn't have any plans or anything, and so I figured I'd go ahead and stream. Scott Linux, actually, a longtime viewer now and supporter, actually suggested to do more Sega CD stuff, so that's actually part of the catalyst for this stream as well. Yeah, unfortunately, I think I'm thinking it's looking like we might not even be able to play Flashback, because it's refusing to load. For anyone wondering, I am using a Model 1 Sega CD with a Genesis Model 2 attached to it, and I have a 32X attached to it as well, because I've been doing some testing of 32X stuff with CD support more recently, kind of like off YouTube. More on that at another date. But yeah, it actually looks like this is just not working at all. I'm curious if it's a disk issue, or if it maybe... I'm going to try one more thing. I'm going to get rid of the 32X because it's not really necessary right now. Alright, we'll give it one more try without the 32X. I doubt it's a compatibility issue, but figured why not. We'll give it a shot. So... for anyone wondering, I did actually upgrade from my FrameMeister to the RetroTINK 5X. I got it a few weeks ago now. I've done a bunch of testing with the Genesis in particular. And, this is odd. Now my Sega CD screen's not even popping up. Good lord. It's just one thing after another. I think my 32X clips, they were just resting in the cartridge slot. I think they were shorting something out so it wouldn't boot. But I think we're good to go now. Alright, let's see if the game loads now. I doubt it's going to. Witnessing the death of the Sega CD. You know, it's funny you mentioned that, Vince, because my Sega CD Model 2 actually did die a couple weeks ago. I'd busted it out to do some testing, and yeah, it just like completely locks up at the BIOS screen. And yeah, this is not working. So flashback is a bust. So that's extremely disappointing. I know for 100% fact it worked on my Model 2 Sega CD, but since my Model 2 Sega CD is not working, I can't do that there. So, alright, well that's one high-quality game just out the window. So now we get to switch over to a much lesser quality game. Yeah, that's a real bummer. Flashback is actually a pretty awesome game on Sega CD. You know, there weren't that many, like, cinematic platformers back in the day. You know, it was kind of like a niche genre. It was a popular genre, but it was also a niche. You didn't have that many, like, titles within it. You had, like, Another World, aka Out of This World. You had Flashback. Prince of Persia could be considered that. Later on, you had things like, God, what was the game called on PlayStation? And I think even it was on PC, too. Anyway, that genre, you didn't have that many entries in it, and Flashback is one of them, and it's definitely a good quality game. Blackthorn would qualify, I think, in that genre as well. But this is Wild Woody! Apparently not a great platformer, but I guess we're going to find out. I've read some things about this game, but yeah, let's give it a shot. Backup random is not formatted. Press A to play without saving. Press C to return to the control panel. That's fine. Yeah, the save functionality on my Model 1 is toast. So actually after this, we need to go back to the settings screen so we can format the memory just so we can do some temporary saves. So, SGR, yes, Heart of Darkness. That's it. Yep, that's the one I'm thinking of. Absolutely. Hey, Sack, welcome back. Vin says Dragon's Lair 1 and 2 and Space Ace were sort of in the same vein. No, no, those are totally different kinds of games. Those are like almost quick time event games, full motion video games. Flashback is a side-scrolling action platformer. So it's slower pace. It's a lot of puzzle elements. All right, let's check out our options menu. We got medium difficulty, hard, easy, medium, hard. I like that they changed the artwork though for that, and that's kind of nice. Sketch, erase, jump. Well, I guess you are a big pencil, so I guess sketching and erasing would be a part of being a pencil. All right, let's go ahead and hit start. And a pencil that burps. This is like Earthworm Jim, but as a pencil. Hey, Dragon Breath with 25. Put this towards a Terra Onion cart. No, I'm not buying a Terra Onion cart. I've got real hardware, man. I definitely don't need the Terra Onion cart. I also don't like Terra Onion. They're terrible people. But no, thank you so much for that, Dragon Breath. I understand the it's good to be home. I understand what you mean by that, though.
You have 3 new messages.
Hey, Dusty! Hey, just wanted to thank you again for pulling us out of that Aztec tomb. Hey, listen, that guy that had his spear on my shorts almost got me. You saved our skins, pal. Take care.
Dusty, this is Nigel in Sumatra. I've been trying to get a hold of you all day long. Krakatoa's about to blow again. We need you here pronto, mate. The chopper should be there any minute. Hurry!
Oh, beautiful. There's no rest for the weary.
Yeah, Dusty, this is Sandra over at Anthro. I just translated the tablets describing that totem you picked up. Now get this. If the spirits of the totem are freed, each one creates a parallel universe that can devour the world. Your standard chaos, doom, end of the world story. Lucky for us, though, its power can only be released on the third Wednesday in July under a full moon during a snowfall. This stuff kills me. Anyway, that's all for now. Oh, and don't forget the charity ball next week. Bye.
Whoa! Oh, my aching back. Looks like those jerks are loose again. Now I gotta find me some muscle to bring them back. Not much to work with here. Say, now that one's got potential. Wake up, pal. You and me got work to do.
Good lord.
Whoa, big fella.
Oh,
You got a
man.
name, leadhead? Call me Woody. Wild Woody.
Golly, I know my name, but it seems that's all I know.
Wait, let me explain. I'm Lowman of the Totem Pole. My fathead totem brothers have escaped my control, and I brought you to life to go and round them up. If you don't get them back, they'll wipe out everything. So, what do you think? Think you can save the world?
My good man, as of 15 seconds ago, I was born to save the world. Where do I start?
Squidlips went into that pirate book. Jump in after him and look for sketches in there. Any sketch you draw will come to life. Now go!
See you in a jet, low boy. It's time to start sketching. Yahoo!
This is so ridiculously dumb. Holy crap. I'm pretty sure I saw that FMV like a long time ago, and I just completely forgot about it. Alright. Oh, jeez. Yeah, that's not phallic in the slightest. Dragon Fit. Yeah, I'm gonna say the devs were hitting the pipe really hard when they were making this game. Okay. So I guess I pick up paper. I'm supposed to be able to sketch, apparently. The movement is really awkward, actually. Like, the jump mechanics are kind of stiff. And there's like a little bit of a delay, too. That's erase, but I can't sketch anything yet, apparently. It's a sketchbook. Oh, is that how I do it? Okay, so I have to press pause to bring up the sketch menu. Okay. And those are one-time use sketches, apparently. It's no double jump. No X, Y, or Z functionality. And I can't grab onto this. Whee! Oh, I can swim. And there's a shark. And I can't sketch out here. I think I should probably avoid the shark. Okay. Well, I'm supposed to be able to come out here, I guess. I'm kind of stuck in the wall. This game is so weird. And it's unbelievably stiff, too. Like, it feels like it had the potential to feel good, but man, it just doesn't even feel good to play. It's really hard to explain. You'd have to actually, like, get your hands on the controller to understand what I mean. But yeah, I just really... Oh, mermaid again. Okay. And now I'm tiny? I have no idea what I'm doing. No ground stomp or anything. It says erase. Erase this. Okay. Erase that. Wait, so I can jump on them and erase them? Oh, so I can... Whoa, okay. The whole erasing mechanic just feels so weird. Like, sometimes it works, then other times it just doesn't. It is extremely odd. Should probably go back and try to find those other chests I missed. Okay. The Grim Reaper comes after a pencil, because that makes sense, right? Okay. I'm starting to, I think, realize why I was small. I think you just shrink in size when, if you take enough hits. I don't know, let's see. No, I must have gotten like a power-up or something that made me small. Yeah, this music is also like, ugh. Definitely not anything I'd listen to outside the game, that's for sure. Alright, what have we got here? 2 mermaids, 1 boat, and that's it. Hey, Dustin, welcome back. And Paralysis, welcome back. Kinda weird you can't, like, slide down this rope. Whee! Okay, just jumped over the shark. Oh, and it's nice to know that those sketches actually respawn. The jumping is so jerky. It is unbelievably jerky. That is probably the worst thing about the game. I mean, like, the concept itself is obviously undeniably weird, but the jumping is so jerky, it does not feel good at all. These cannonballs coming from the background are pretty annoying as well. Yeah, like, the jumping should not feel this bad for a game made in 1995. Or released in 1995. I wonder if it's even possible to avoid that. Oh, yeah, you just erase it. Duh. Now I have no idea how many, like, sketches I have. Not sketches, but I guess those red puzzle pieces are the ones you have to pick up. Oh! Wait, do you literally just have to get to the end of the level and that's it? The puzzle pieces are, I guess, for like a bonus stage or something? Moman, it's possible it could have been European. Given the production values of the FMV intro, I assume. And this stuff is, whoa, really slippery. Tornado. Oh, I know what's going on. Every time I sketch, I get smaller. Because I'm using the pencil lead and I'm track the enemies, I guess. Wow, and now I'm not... Jeez, this is so janky! Oh my god! I wonder how many people out there, like, unironically adore this game. Cool! Wonder Dog was actually a fun game, though. Like, I actually really like Wonder Dog. It's, you know, it's not like a AAA platformer, but I give it a solid anyway. Boss fight, and of course spikes that are outside of my view. Okay, well I can at least move the camera up and down. That is good. That's a good platformer design. It's like, am I supposed to be able to, like... What the freaking hell, dude? I can't even get back up. Oh my god, this is just the first freaking level, too. Holy crap. Jeez. I got a kite. Does that make me fly? It does. And I only got one of those. Ugh. I feel for people that have actually beaten this game.
Woody, you made it back! Yeah, and while I was out, they got me some sushi. Assume the position, fish boy!
And who are you calling fish boy, matey? I've been shanghaied by a darn splinter.
All right, my creative juices are flowing now. Who's next?
Brimstone. He blasted into that picture. It used to be a Greek painting. Now you're looking at Olympus, home of the gods.
Tar, think you're tough enough to battle the gods, ye swabs?
They won't know what hit them.
Gex, this is not. That's a game that came out the same year as this. Gex is actually a decent game. Goes for the whole comedy angle, but it's not batshit like this is, though. Like, just look at me, like, when I jump into the wall, I just... It's just, this is not smooth in the slightest, man, and that's what's really tough about it. And I still haven't figured out how to, like, get through these small gaps. You know, if I had this game when I first had my Sega CD, I would have forced myself to play it, and I probably would have learned to eventually appreciate it. But, oh man. Whew. Yeah, it's definitely not nice to first-time players, and these little mushrooms hurt me, apparently. Like, you have to learn all that little stuff, all those little things. Like, the mushrooms hurt you. How do I actually get around them? Why is there a Viking singer? That's not Greek. Like, how are you supposed to get past that without taking damage? Mandatory secret, maybe? Oh, you have to just do like a small jump. Jeez, okay. Oh, I fell again. Alright, look down. Fall here. Oh, come on! Seriously. What the hell? Alright, I give up. I give up. Wait, so can I not erase him? I can, it's just extremely janky. Dude, man, I will say the combat system in this game, it sucks. It is, not very good. I hate to be dumping on you, Sega CD, but I mean, I've already played too many of your good games. I've got to experiment with some of the other lesser good ones. That's good timing, Colin. Thank you so much for that, Colin. Much appreciated. Alright, also, speaking of which, with Dragon, I didn't give you a heart for yours, but thank you so much, both of you. Yeah, I don't think I'll be continuing that right now. Maybe if I'm feeling morbid, in the future, I'll go back to it. But hey, at least I played through one full stage. Ugh. I need a palate cleanser. Yeah, the level of jank in that, Oops. Actually, I want to go back to this main menu here. Oops, nope, I'm gonna have to reset. There we go. So we go to option, and then we can format the memory. And now the memory is usable. 125 blocks. My, I don't know if it's the battery or if it's some kind of chip on the inside of the console is completely, like, busted. So that's something I need to get fixed. Especially now since my Sega CD Model 2 is not working. That's something else I need to get fixed because I would really like to have that working. Alright, this is Lethal Enforcers 2. I've never actually played this before. Apparently it's still a pretty decent game. But yeah, Lethal Enforcers was a arcade light gun shooter in the very early 90s, and it had a sequel, and yeah, they both came out to a variety of platforms, including Sega CD. Hey Tony, welcome back. This is also assuming the game wants to load. Because as we experienced with Flashback, it's possible it might not. Oh, there it is. Nice.
Get 'em, boy!
Lethal Enforcers 2 Gunfighters.
Now, I do actually have the Enforcer, but since I'm running this into an HD display, I can't actually use it right now, so we're just going to use the cursor. Should be able to just move a cursor around, just like the first Lethal Enforcers. So this is the attract mode. Yeah, it's just like Lethal Enforcers. That's what I figured. It's kind of why I wanted to try it. I've never actually played the Sega CD one. I've actually never played any of Lethal Enforcers 2. But it looks like the first Lethal Enforcers, the color usage isn't very good. It's probably identical to the Genesis cart, which sucks, because, like, they could have definitely done better with the colors on the Sega CD. Alright, arcade mode, difficulty normal, hard, super hard, easy, normal. Sound check mode. Wow, is that it? Joypad. Alright. Cool says Konami saw Mad Dog McCree and got envious. Yeah, Mad Dog was really popular in the early 90s in arcades.
Come on, Sheriff, we're waiting for you. Sheriff, the bank has been robbed. The bank robbery. Eat left. You can't hit the front side of a barn. Reload. Drop them on.
Oops. So he's good.
Eat left. Eat left. Eat left. You can't hit the front side of a barn. Eat left. You can't hit the front side of a barn. Eat left. Eat left.
Eat lead, eat lead. That's gonna get repetitious. You can't hit the broadside of a barn! Wow, that is going to get very repetitious. Alright, we have 9 credits. We'll go ahead and just continue. I'm pretty sure in the first Lethal Enforcers, they were a lot more, reserved with all those voice call-outs, where they're just repeating the same ones over and over again. It's eat lead, or you can't hit the broadside of a barn. Now it's take that, vermin. It's 3 times now. Nah. Eat lead. You ain't gonna get you ain't gonna get me, Sheriff. Oh man. Now I want to play the PlayStation version of this. See if the voices are kind of the same in terms of like frequency of usage. But I can already hear like one probably big improvement over the other cartridge versions of this game is that the voice samples are really clean here. So you can definitely tell they're using the Sega CD hardware to, you know, generate those sounds. And then obviously you have the CD music as well. It's a shame the game looks like ass otherwise. But I mean, gameplay-wise, it's fine, and sound-wise, it's pretty good. That was a female saying the same thing. Can't hit the broadside of a barn. Now she says eat lead too. Oh, some of these guys take multiple hits. Oh! I feel like that's different from the first Lethal one versus, in the early parts of that game, I think everyone takes 1 hit. A Gatling gun? They had those in the Wild West? Apparently I got some health back. Yeah, Vornak, I totally agree. Yeah, you got some really weird stuff. It was a special time to be alive, you know, in terms of video gaming. This is gonna start moving. It's gonna be like the car chase level in part 1.
You ain't gonna take me alive, Sheriff.
Man, this guy takes a ton of hits. If this was Virtua Cop, he would have been dead already. This is hard on my hands. Jeez. Oh, game over. Woo! Yeah, no iframes when you continue. So that cannonball hit me. Couldn't do anything about it. Man, that is brutal on my hands. Yeah, Tony, his health bar was barely moving for every hit.
Posse.
Okay. Posse. A now loading screen definitely would have been nice.
Let's ride. Stop that stage. Stage hold up.
Whoa. Wait, I'm confused. It's so hard knowing who's a good guy and who's a bad guy. He's innocent, of course. What the hell? It's like they're not even facing me, yet they're still bad guys. Yeah, now I really want to play the PlayStation version, see how it looks compared to this. Oh, those things come from the top of the screen. Those are arrows. We got Indians now. Every man for himself! An Indian just said, "Take that, vermin." I don't think that's right. Pretty sure they would not be saying that. The Cowboys, sure. It's such a weird game. Oops, I did it again. Yeah, right? Cool, we need Shinobi to ride up on one of these horses. That does look like the horse scene from Shinobi 3 for sure. Oh no, not another boss fight. This is way more intense than the first game. Like, this is a little overkill. It doesn't seem like it was balanced for one player in the slightest. Like, you have to have two players with this game. Or be playing with two guns. Dual wielding. I mean, even just one gun would be really tedious. Because you have to hit the barrels. Otherwise you will die. Oh. I'm just hitting both shot and reload at the same time. What was that? This is one crazy game after another. He did like a Superman towards the screen. What was that? At least the game has a sense of humor.
See if you got what it takes to be a sheriff.
Hey, Black Gift, yeah, he flew away like Peter Pan.
Posse.
We only have a couple of credits now. I've gotten annihilated by this game so far. We started off with 9 continues, and I'm down to like 2 or 3. Yeah, it's definitely one of those games. It's a hardcore memorizer. Like, you've got to play it again and again and again. Memorize the enemy locations. Oops. Oops. Ah. It is actually kind of nice, like, the scene transitions like that are instantaneous. You know, that probably would have been like a load section on the first game. Dude! Like, some of these guys, you have to have your cursor lined up. Otherwise, you are not going to hit them. They hit so fast. You basically have to have a light gun, or have this, like, totally memorized. Oh my god, no, I don't even know if it's possible to do this with a controller. What the hell? Like, this is as fast as I can move the cursor. You can't move it any faster. You can't, like, hold down B and move it quicker. It's like the broadside of a barn cult. That's what this is. They're all saying the same thing. It's a cult, guys. I get it now. It's not a hardware limitation or a design limitation. They're the broadside of the barn cult. Oh, man. All right. Well, that was Lethal Enforcers 2. That was something special. Wow. Whew. Okay, well that was an experience. That was the first time I'd ever played that game. So, it's another one off the bucket list. Oh, I can't find it. I must have put it away by accident. Oh, just bear with me here, guys. I'm trying to find a specific game that Cool and Unusual Games had mentioned. I was like, you know what? I need a palette cleanser again. There it is. New Moon asks, did I miss Sewer Shark already? You did not. I don't think we're going to be playing Sewer Shark tonight. We're actually trying to do some stuff I haven't done a lot on these live streams. Now, a couple of these, I did actually do full playthroughs on my YouTube channel as individual videos, like this one right here. And I'm not going to play through the whole game, because I think it takes at least an hour to go through. But I'll definitely play a few levels of it, because I think it's actually a pretty cool game. The introduction sequence is not that great, though. I'll go ahead and play it out.
Personal journal entry.
Just because this is a very, very early Sega CD game, so like, its introduction's not that impressive.
Pit Bully Space Armada is bearing down rapidly on our planet K9. I fear that our peaceful world will soon be just another slave state in the ever-expanding Pit Bully Empire. Since my last entry, we've made great progress on Project Wonder Dog. The serum is ready. It's our only hope against the Pit Bully onslaught. But it hasn't been fully tested. I wish I had more time.
Armada, progress report. Approaching outer sector.
There's no other choice. I've decided to inject my newborn son with the newest batch of Wonder Dog serum. It should greatly increase his speed, strength, and intelligence, but it's untested, and I'm not sure how long it will be before the serum takes effect, if it even works at all. I'm sending my only pup off to a distant planet uncovered by our deep space probes. It's called Earth and has a large but primitive population of dogs. If the serum doesn't work, at least my son will be safe there. But if the serum does take effect, he'll be K9's only hope. As his Wonder Dog powers gradually increase, he should realize he's got a much greater destiny than just being another Earth mutt. I've loaded the bone ship with our top-secret shooting star weapon and wonder suit.
Armada, progress report. Approaching inner sector.
Begin launch sequence.
Launch sequence initiated.
Good luck, my son.
Yeah, the guy that did this voice acting, he did a lot of voice acting throughout this era. I think he was even in Wild Woody on that introduction at the beginning. I don't know his name, but I think he's even in some 3DO stuff. Like, I think he might have been the Dr. Grubert or whatever in Blade Force on 3DO. Yeah, cool. It's quite awkward. I wanted to play it out anyway, because I don't think I showed it off at all in my playthrough of the game. So this is done by Core Design. They later on with Chuck Rock 2, they would have like a really nice animated intro that was like this. It was like the evolution of this, and it actually worked out really well. So this is kind of interesting from that standpoint, where like, you know, it was part of their evolutionary process getting to where they ended up with Chuck Rock 2. But, yeah, this is still kind of like, I bet even back when this was brand new, it wasn't really all that interesting. You guys are talking about the rocket ship. I didn't want to say anything, but I was going to be like, what's up with all the phallic imagery in these games we're playing? Sega CD developers were on something. Then again, it was the 90s. Alright, so this is just a side-scrolling platformer, and you do have shooting. It's basically just shooting enemies. I don't think there's like any hopping and bopping on enemies. Let's see, it's been a little while since I played this game, so that's right, you hold down the B button to run. But once you get the hang of things, it's actually a pretty fun game. It's pretty fast, and lots of secrets. You can also hold down the stars and bounce them higher. There's also some like momentum-based physics, like as you run and shoot, and if you shoot lightly, you'll throw them kind of like more horizontally. You know, also sort of like float a little bit or hover your way down. Yeah, Jazz Jackrabbit is pretty fun, yeah. I actually tried putting some real time into that game last year, and I made it a couple of episodes in. And then I bricked my Windows 95 machine, so that was the end of that. Yeah, honestly cool. When I had my Sega CD in the 90s and I got a copy of this game, I didn't really like it that much, but I also didn't really put much time into it. I maybe played like the first few screens and I was like, I just wrote it off as being kind of a dumb Euro platformer. But more recently, I like kind of, you know, wanted to experiment with Sega CD games I hadn't put a lot of time into. And so I kind of forced myself to play several levels, and I found myself starting to actually enjoy it. It's a pretty fun little, like, cozy ride, I would say. It doesn't get too difficult. Hell, I think I almost one credit cleared the game, like, on my first try, when I was first learning how to play it. The last couple levels do get challenging, for sure. But the beginning's not too bad. There we go. This actually reveals hidden blocks, hidden platforms. And a lot of the secret rooms are, you know, it helps to know where those platforms are to get to them. That's a checkpoint. This might be a secret level. Yeah, this is a secret level. Pool says that he just checked the Amiga version, and this one has nicer color. Interesting. It's kind of weird how that works sometimes. You would think the Amiga one would definitely have the nicer colors overall. Unless you mean the Amiga one has nicer colors. You can like run and slide, woo, kind of like that. Really, all I have to do is just get to the end of the level. There's nothing like Zol where you have to collect certain amounts of items or something like that. They're just all optional. It's for points and whatnot. There we go. Oh, boss time. There are bosses in this game. I killed him right as he hit me. Oh, nice. Little bonus sequence. You have to jump through a... Oh, sorry, we have to hit the bells. This reminded me of, like, Circus Charlie, where you have to jump through, like, flaming hoops. Yeah, I forgot about those little bonus levels. I like that. Nice little diversions. A little bonus room. Again, these bonus rooms are just completely optional. But you get points, and I think you might even get extra lives from points in this game. I don't remember. But I remember playing this when I was learning it for the first time. There was a time where I had like 9 lives. And I don't think that was from picking up like extra life icons. It's probably just from score. Oh, never mind. Extra life icons. Okay. Maybe I had picked up an extra life without realizing it earlier. Yeah, there are definitely, like, some, like, polish issues on this. Like, when you hit those balloons, they made no sounds. Like, they could have inserted some kind of, like, popping sound or something. Funny enough, there's, like, a popping style sound right there. But I think that was just the case of this being, like, a really early Sega CD game. Who knows if they were on a time crunch. But overall, I mean, I think it's actually a pretty solid little game. I do think this second level is a lot better than the first level because it's more just left to right. There's not a lot of verticality. So. Also, the visuals in the background are pretty nice. Some nice scrolling. Yeah, so I landed on some invisible platforms that you can make visible later. But just because they're invisible doesn't mean you can't actually use them. Also, this level actually introduces endless pits. I do believe. Another extra life. Oh, speaking of which... Oh, I landed on a bonus level. Oh, interesting. I didn't even know that was there. Yeah, some of the music's pretty chill, too. The bosses die really fast, too. It's like the opposite of Lethal Enforcers, too. Or even Wild Woody, for that matter. Oops. Yeah, if you don't slide far enough under these little gaps, Wonder Dog gets stuck and he tries to reverse course. Ooh, just barely made that one. Oops. Yeah, one of the things about this game is your shot arc. And if you want to shoot forward, you have to very lightly press the attack button. But if you hold it, you get to shoot really high. It's interesting. You get used to it. So usually what I do as I'm playing, I'm just kind of like mashing the attack button and a variety of shot heights come out. Get some tall ones, get some low ones. It tends to work well enough. Password is ankles. Thanks for the GG, Conga. Yeah, I will play out these next two levels, and we'll go ahead and switch games. Yeah, it's fun being able to show off this game. I did a playthrough of it a couple of years ago, and, you know, don't think too many people were too interested in it, but I always thought it was, you know, after I learned it, I thought it was a pretty cool little game. I'm really glad I did learn how to go through it. Oops, that's right. It's glass shards, they hurt you. Gotta love those 90s piano rolls. Yeah, one thing about Core Design is their games tended to have like pretty good music. All right, another little bonus round. Ah, that's right. I think you get an extra life at the end of this. But I ended it so quickly last time that I didn't even see what I picked up. But there's that little girl at the end that she'll have something in her hands that you pick up. Yep, one up. Okay. And Apocalypse. Welcome back. Yeah, Core was a pretty good company. Not all their stuff was amazing, especially like conversions of some of their games to systems that those conversions probably shouldn't have even happened on, like BC Racers on the 32X or Chuck Rock on the Master System, you know, things like that. But a lot of their games were pretty solid on, you know, like the 16-bit platforms and computers. And then obviously, you know, that whole Tomb Raider thing happened. I mean, it's such an unknown indie game. Honestly, actually, with everything they made pre-Tomb Raider, I never would have, like, guessed them to even create Tomb Raider, given their prior track record. The track record was decent, but, it, you know, they weren't, like, Sega with Sonic the Hedgehog or Nintendo with Super Mario. Like, their platformers were decent, but not usually, like... I don't know if I'd call a single core design platformer, like, AAA or top tier. A lot of like, B tier games. Like Wonder Dog. And then out of nowhere, they come out with Tomb Raider, and, like, the whole world, like, craps their pants over it. What a turn of events. Hey, Scott. Welcome back. You got your wish, man. I'm glad you were able to tune in for a little bit. The other night, Scott was like, more Sega CD, please. I'm like, okay. Yeah, Tomb Raider also kind of hit at that special time where, like, it wasn't just, like, a decent game on its own, but it was a very impressive game at the time because, you know, there weren't that many 3D platformers that felt as big and, like, well-made as Tomb Raider did. Yeah, like this boss right here, the gunshots, they don't make any sounds or anything. And that's just a design issue. That's not, like, you know. Yeah, it's just a lack of attention to detail, so. How many games did the Sega CD get in the end? No, they got, like, I think, close to 150, maybe more than that. And I think that's just, like, the US library. That's not counting, like, Japanese imports and exclusives. Hey, Aquas, welcome back. Yeah, I mean, the Sega CD lasted a while. It's not like the 32X where it was on the market for a year, you know. It, you know, released in 92. I think it was Sega themselves, I think, released their last game in North America, or in the United States in 95, or maybe very early 96. Oh yeah, that's right. This level has, low gravity mechanics. But anyway, like I said, I was going to swap games. That's Wonder Dog. Pretty fun game. If you want to see the whole thing, I have a full, you know, walkthrough on my channel. Let's go ahead and hit that reset button. Scott says every year in the 90s was a good year. It was a good era. I completely agree. Yeah. Technology was moving at a really fast clip, like gaming technology. And, you know, lots of new ideas were being explored. And it was lots of different types of hardware. It's just, yeah. Big name releases every single year. Many big name releases. It was a very packed decade of, like, all-time classics.
Members of the Supreme Council, governors of the Federated World.
Anna, Sega pushed both those add-ons a lot in North America. They pushed the hell out of the Sega CD and 32X, but
evidence now points to something else.
Yeah.
2 years ago, every major one interplanetary network. The data grid. A central control program was set up relying on newly developed self-modifying routines to adapt to evolving situations.
So I think one of the big issues with things like the Sega CD in particular is that it kind of offered too little. You know, it wasn't a big enough leap for people to invest like $300 into it when it first launched. Full motion video was cool. I like Cool and Unusual Game said earlier, Sewer Shark like blew him away when he first played it, and same here. And I played it late, like the PlayStation was already out when I first played it. I was still really impressed by it. But the Sega CD didn't really enhance the color palette, you know. They had the opportunity to improve that, and they chose not to. It did add some really nice scaling hardware, but not enough games used it. Had some extra nice sound capabilities, not enough games used it. And then, of course, Sega themselves, they focused so much on the full motion video aspect too early on. Not even too early on, they kind of focused heavy on it for like its entire lifespan, at least here in the United States. So I think it was a combination of like not impressive enough for people to want to really invest in it, along with you know, a focus on the wrong kinds of experiences. Like the occasional FMV thing here and there, focusing on that was cool because the technology is cool, but like Sega really made it like their priority, and that was kind of a mistake. You know, hindsight's 2020. And people wanted more than Genesis games with CD audio, you know? And the occasional FMV. It wasn't, I feel like it wasn't really till like the 32-bit era with the 3DO and PlayStation and Saturn, even to a lesser extent the Jaguar, you know, did the upgrade, I think makes sense to people. So 32X I also think could have actually probably landed with a bigger splash if a lot of its library wasn't rushed out the door. Like, you know, Doom could have been, as we know now with Doom 32X Resurrection, Doom could have been like absolutely stunning, and it was still impressive when it came out, but you know, that good buzz that it got at launch, like, you know, it fizzled out really, 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 really fast. So yeah, Sega CD, I wish it was a little more like 3DO, where it had more just like unique software, and yeah, it had full motion video games, but like not every other game was an FMV game. 3DO had FMV stuff. Some of it's actually pretty good, but Sega CD, man, if you stack up all the games in its library, it's at least like a quarter of its library is full motion video games, maybe more. And I'm not talking like FMV, like good adventure games like Mansion of Hidden Souls, or games with FMV elements like Dune. Like, those are both really solid games. But it's of like the QuickTime event or weird experimental type like Night Trap, Double Switch, Wirehead, you know, stuff like that. And even this game you could kind of classify as an FMV game to an extent, but in reality it's an on-rail shooter. This is Novastorm. And I'm gonna put my lives all the way up because I know this game is brutal. And I'm not very good at this game. Hey Dragon, I did something very similar. I got my 32X for $30 at Toys R Us, and it was coming bundled with Virtua Fighter at the time. And honestly, that blew me away. I grabbed it, and I loved it, man. I mean, if I had even paid full price for the 32X, and I got something like Virtua Fighter or Virtua Racing with it, I would have been floored. You know, I probably would have been a pretty happy customer back in the day if I bought it brand new. So the 32X was also a more reasonable upgrade. It was like $150 or $160 or whatever, whereas the Sega CD technology in '92 was really expensive. and it was like $300 when it came out. And at least with the 32X, you got full fast polygons and stuff like that. That was a lot more, I think, visually impressive in the 90s than full motion video was. Full motion video was like super cool the first time you see it, and then it kind of like wore out its welcome real fast. Alright, let's go ahead and jump in here. Don't get me wrong, like when I got my Sega CD back in the day, I loved the FMV editions, and I especially loved CD audio. And, you know, and years down the road, I learned of extra features that the Sega CD had, and I started to understand them better, like, you know, its sound sampling capabilities. And, you know, so now when I hear, like, certain types of sound samples, I know it's the Sega CD generating that, and not the Genesis doing that. But yeah. I don't remember if I actually showed this off on a previous stream. I feel like I may have. But anyway, we're doing it again, since we're playing oddball titles. So this is an on-rail shooter with full motion video backgrounds. Oh, speaking of which, Zotmeister shows up. He was here last time I was playing this on stream. And he watched me get annihilated by it, because I am terrible at it. Welcome back, Zotmeister. I wish I had more time to actually see what those power-ups were. But anyway, one of the issues with a game like this, and Microcosm is another one, is where, you know, they use full motion video backgrounds, is a lot of times it's hard to tell where you can go and where you can't. Like, you can actually smack into the backgrounds. It's not as bad in this as it is in Microcosm, but it is similar. This was on a bunch of different systems too. It was on MS-DOS, there was a 3DO version. There was even a PS1 version, which was like almost a brand new game. And this is on a variety of computers as well. I think even the FM Town's got a version of this. Kill it? I guess I killed it. Oh, that's right, Zotmeister. The PlayStation version had no power-ups. Didn't you, like, fire, like, 1,000,000 shots a second, though? Like, they significantly raised the fire rate in the PS1 version? No health carryover. Or, sorry, there is health carryover. There's no health refill between levels. That's... I hate it when games do that. Like, it really makes it hard to survive. Also, I'm slamming into the walls, apparently. Yeah, actually, now that you mention it, Anna, kind of like core design, I feel like Psygnosis kind of really hit their stride during the PlayStation era. It's like some of those Western developers in particular, like, they didn't really find their place until, like, the PlayStation era. Psygnosis had some big hits, though, you know, prior, like Lemmings and Shadow of the Beast, but a lot of their stuff was really experimental and sometimes didn't even play all that well. But in the PlayStation era, you know, they had stuff like Colony Wars and Destruction Derby, and then they had Wipeout. Like, that is... I mean, Wipeout XL in particular is like one of my favorite, like, racing games. And just like core design, you know, core design ended up having Tomb Raider, and just like really taking off with that. And I have no idea what these power-ups do. Zaumeister, do you want to tell me what these power-ups do? Also, I just slammed into the ground, apparently. I've noticed there's an S power-up, and I grabbed it, and I thought it was, like, shield? And did it do anything? Maybe it stands for special? Nope. What the hell? Oh, don't tell me it's just score. Does it just give me points? That is so useless. I got, like, something that said... had a ship icon with... Ugh. See, this is where you need the instruction manual. Oh, you're not familiar with this version. For some reason, I thought you were. I think maybe it's the... Is it the PC version you're really familiar with? Oh, great. I just downgraded my gun. Only a European developer would do that to you. Master of Darkness. I was going to mention another Psygnosis game in the 90s. The Roll Cage series. Roll Cage 1 and Roll Cage 2. Not as good as the Wipeout games, but still pretty decent. Oh yeah, assault rigs. I never played Assault Rigs. Did Psygnosis also do Codename Tenka? It's like an FPS. It's not that great, but technologically speaking, it was pretty impressive. I have no idea what the weak spot is. Looks like it's this guy's mouth. The boss health meter is in the top center, is that red bar. This game is called Novastorm. Picked up the S again. I should have picked up something else. Is that me, or is that something else? The visual clarity on that transition sequence is so low that I have no idea if it's me or the bad guys. Dual shot. I don't know what that thing is. It's like... So I picked up a power-up icon, and that icon's in the middle of the screen, up top. It's like that blue circular dot structure. Triple shot, I'll take that. And I have no idea what that does. I really need the instruction manual. Yeah, Zoutmeister, if I remember correctly, the 3DO version I think is a lot like this one. I'll have to fire it up again. I will admit, like, these types of on-rail shooters aren't usually my favorite. You know, the FMV ones. And honestly, on-rail shooters like these to begin with, just... Even classic Space Harrier, as much as, like... I like it, I don't go back to it very often, because it's like... Move around in circles, move around in circles, move around in circles. That's kind of what this is like, too. You really have to, otherwise, like, you're going to get hit by these bullets. Holy crap. Do I chase it now? Nope. And these full motion video based ones are, like, totally scripted, so that kind of, like, I don't know, they get more repetitious faster. I do love me some Star Fox and Panzer Dragoon, though. Those are, like... just really good rail shooters. Oh, you know another one that's similar to this is Chaos Control. But that's literally 100% on rails. You're just moving a cursor around. Chaos Control is one of those types of games. Burning Soldier on 3DO is another. That's actually by Genki, but Burning Soldier is actually pretty fun, but also it's another example of a game that gets really repetitious once you've finished it once or twice. Not a lot of replay value. Yep, Starblade's another one of those types of games, yep. Or another one in the subgenre of rail shooters. Hey, Don, welcome back. Everyone's gonna ask what game this is. Oh my god. Have none of you guys ever seen Novastorm before? Kakademon, this is Novastorm for Sega CD. This was on a bunch of different systems back in the day. I'm surprised so many people don't know what this is. But yes, Novastorm by Psygnosis, or Psygnosis, however you want to pronounce it.
Engage hyperdrive.
Cool says, I think once you hit Galaxy Force 2, the game stopped getting, or stopped being about moving in circles over and over. Yeah. Don has never seen Novastorm before. Yeah, I saw Starblade in the arcade once, and it was like the big cabinet, and I was like, whoa, that's really cool. I didn't get to play it because, like, I didn't have any money. We were just, like, perusing a mall arcade. Myself and one of my friends. I think we probably went... dropped off by our parents to go see a movie or something. but no money to actually play in the arcade, which was a bummer. But you can still sit there and watch the attract modes of all the games. Man, some of these bullets are so fast, too. You really do have to just constantly remain in motion, otherwise you're going to get hit. And then you got to deal with the ground as well, which isn't clearly defined. Honestly, this game would have benefit with, like, less realistic visuals. If they did more like the Sylphid route, where they made them look like flat-shaded polygons, it would be easier to tell what you can get hit by and what you can't get hit by. Like, in terms of, like, terrain. Beware the beetle's ass. Oh, you played Xevious 3D on an actual cab? Very nice. I've never seen that in arcades once. I've only played the PlayStation version. I wonder what the cab looked like for that. Alright, some weird... okay. Am I even hitting anything? I think I just regretted that weapon upgrade. You do have to, like, constantly tap the button, too. There's no constant auto-fire. They should have had an option to turn those off. Okay, this is a little bit better. And it's only temporary? Oh, come on. You give me something good and it's only temporary. Of course. Hey, Consoleized, yeah, it is Novastorm, and yeah, it's the same company that made Microcosm. So I guess if you hit, like, shots, or hit enemies, like, dead on with this weapon, it's actually pretty powerful. Cool says this is the game I should have bought instead of Microcosm. Yeah, I'm sure if I had this in the 90s, like, I probably would have enjoyed it, you know, because I would have been stuck with it. I had way more time on my hands back then. I'm actually surprised I've made it as far as I have. I mean, they... Oh, that's right. I put it up to 7 lives. That's why. I think last time I played this, I had it on default settings, which is like 2 or 3 lives. Console-wise, what free games are there? Are you talking like Yaris and Aegis Wing? What other free games are there? The Doritos Crash Course. I don't know if any of those were delisted though. I do not like this boss. Holy crap. Would I pick this over Zaxxon 3D? If we're talking Master System Zaxxon 3D, yes. I don't really like that game very much. If we're talking Zaxxon's Mother Base 2000 on 32X, I'd much rather play that. That's a traditional scrolling shmup. It's actually pretty fun. This is kind of like, even if I got good at it, I probably wouldn't want to play it again. Yeah, Zaxxon's Mother Base 2000 is actually a pretty fun game, in my opinion. Some pretty unique stuff in that. It's got some polish issues as well, like an inconsistent frame rate. But it's still a cool game. It's like, do you kill the things on screen or do you just dodge their bullets? You don't, there's not much like in between. So they're getting pretty tanky by this point. It's like you have to be moving to dodge their bullets, but you also can't just like sit in front of them long enough to actually destroy the enemies. And that's just kind of eh. I do wonder how long this game is. I mean, there is a lot of full motion video, and these CDs do have finite amounts of space, and it is just a one-disc game. Two Human, Crackdown 1, Crackdown 2, and Wolf Among Us. Those are free? Okay, I'll have to grab those. I might have one of the Crackdowns. Oh yeah, hey, did Air Twister come out to consoles yet? I thought they had announced it for the consoles, and then I just kind of stopped paying attention.
Kalinor pilots are returning to base. Thanks for the support, fellas. Target. Engage hyperdrive.
It basically starts me off just like slamming into objects. That's great. Dude, what the hell? I wonder if that blue circle is like shot power? Maybe? What did I just run into? Apparently I think I ran into some of those enemies flying into the screen. Oh my god, this is terrible for first-time players. Trying to figure out, like, where the camera's gonna move to. Dude, come on. I am so glad this subset of rail shooters died off as fast as it did. Ugh. Honestly, I'm not gonna lie, polygons were probably like the kindest thing to this genre of video games. You know, with the advent of Star Fox and then Panzer Dragoon. Oh, man. It's also kind of making me, like, nauseous. Because I have no control over the camera. It's just... yeah. Alright, I give up. Kill me now. There we go. We died to a solar panel.
Welcome to the Hall of Fame. Please enter your name.
Welcome to the Hall of Never Playing This Game Again. I wasn't even today's greatest? What? Man. Hey, we tried. Hey, Girl Geek, welcome back. Oh, it goes okay, Girl Geek. We're playing some less than stellar Sega CD games. So I've had better nights. But at least it's something different, because like a lot of these games I haven't really messed around with on stream here on YouTube, so... This is a game that gets, I think, touted pretty highly amongst Sega CD players, but I sometimes wonder how long most of those people have actually played into this game. Because it gets ridiculously difficult. But we'll try to play a little bit of ways into it. I haven't beaten this game in about 12 years now, so it's like we're probably not gonna get very far. But this is Flink. I think this was also on Mega Drive in Europe, but in North America it came out on Sega CD. It's probably better on CD, so you get that CD audio. But I don't think they're really any different other than that. Maybe some better sound effects in here, I don't remember. We're gonna find out. But the thing about this game is it starts off as like a simple action platformer. You can pick up objects and throw them at enemies, almost like magical quests, and you can hop on enemies' heads. But then you gotta like pick up these icons and formulate spells, and there's a world map. You eventually have to go back and forth between levels, and it becomes puzzle-centric, and it's like, that's where the game starts to kind of, I don't know, kind of go downhill for me, personally. But then towards the end, there's some, like, really, really hard, like, memorize or die sections. And... oh, that's not using the Sega CD sound hardware at all. Jeez, it's still Genesis sound effects. And yeah, no save functionality in this game. This is, you gotta do it all in one sitting, and you get limited continues. So it's got Battletoad syndrome. Meister asks, anything special planned for number 500? Yeah, that's right. This is, I just realized today, this is stream number 499. I don't know. I haven't really thought about it. I'll have to think about it. Heck, kneeboard. I thought that name sounded familiar. He's done a lot of different things. Shantae, Spyro. I guess he worked with Way Forward. Xenocrisis. Holy crap, okay. Well, I guess that explains why the art is so good in this game. Alright. Let's jump into it. Alright, let's go to options. Check them out. 3 continues, 5 continues, practice mode. I mean, we're not going to continue that many times, if we even continue at all. Alright, let's go to start. They got him for some of Gunlord as well. Oh yeah, I like the visuals in Gunlord. But yeah, that's your map. You end at the volcano, or something like that. There's a tree you have to split off to later on in the game. There's a couple different parts where, like, you've got to use spells at specific key areas. Alright, here we go. Alright. Yeah, you can hop on enemies. Grab objects. Oops. Grab objects, there we go. Yeah, and those things give you magic. And the mechanics definitely take time to get used to, because, like, There's no run button. You have to jump, and then you're kind of like walking faster. It's really weird. Cool. I need to throw a lot of games on my Amiga Mini. I haven't done that yet. That's something that I want to do sometime soon. Alright, so we just got ourselves, like, a feather? That's probably one of our items. So, select spell, create spell. You bust out a pod, I can use an eagle's feather. That's all I have. So, go back to the main menu. And I guess you get scrolls. I think they give you recipes. And that's where, like... oh no, God. The spring, the little, like, leaf spring mechanic is really janky, too. It's like, you've got to press jump at just the right time. Otherwise, you'll just slip right off of it, which is what just happened. I think the magic is your health, but it might also be necessary to have magic just to use your spells. I don't recall. You do have secrets. Oh, I think I'm supposed to hop off that guy's head if I want to get that chest. I think enemies do respawn, though. Maybe? Maybe not. Alright, he's not respawning. Oh, that's a bummer. Let me see if I can jump down here. Oh! Starting to remember why I didn't like this game that much. Just mechanically, it's so weird. And that's a learning curve in and of itself. Alright. But you do have, like, hidden chests. No. This game, man. Oh, jeez. Oh, no, this is nothing like Rayman. Rayman's actually a good game. I think Rayman's really solid. Like, Rayman actually controls really well. Like, you jump into it and it just makes sense the first time you play it, and that is not Flink. Flink does not make any sense the first time you play it. Like, the way you have to run, the way, like, enemies have iframes, so, like, there's that guy with the hood on, carrying the sack, he's got iframes, that guy right there. You can't just hop on him twice, back to back. You have to jump off of him, wait for the iframes to go away, and then jump on him again. And it's like, you'll get caught by that. Tons of memorize or die moments like you guys just saw. Like, I sat on that platform and it just kept falling into the pit. I thought maybe there'd be a hidden chest. No, it was just... I got trolled. I got trolled by the platform. The spring mechanics are terrible. It's really weird. Rayman is so much more simple. Move left, move right. Get a punch ability. Punch enemies. That's it. It's literally it, you know? I mean, obviously there's more to it than just that. Like, use your punch to, you know, activate some other elements in the game, but Rayman's a much better crafted game. Actually, speaking of which, I want to try this. I'm gonna regret this. Oh! 1-up. I actually kind of like how the, when you throw the enemies, it's just like Magical Quest starring Mickey Mouse. There we go. That works better. Oh yeah, this is one of those games where like you get to a ledge and in some cases it's like you fall off early, so when you're trying to make like really precise jumps, it's kind of hard to. Like there's no sitting halfway off a platform in this like there is in like Sonic the Hedgehog or something. I mean, Sonic does the whole like I'm on a ledge thing as well, but it feels like you have more flexibility. Oops, I actually messed up. I killed that guy again. There we go. Extra life. Worth it. Hey, I'm starting to make the game look fun. I mean, and honestly, sometimes it is. And then all of a sudden, it's not. Yeah. I thought there was a way for... Oh, yep. Hidden platform. Ooh, man. It's sad this is actually kind of coming back to me a little bit. Alright. Alright. I have to actually pick that up manually. Use the action button to hang on the ropes. Push up or down to climb. Press jump to leave the rope again. Okay, that's not a spell. Yeah, you have to hold the action button to get on it. Okay. Yeah, one thing that it's a real shame is you can't scroll the screen down. Even in Wild Woody you could do that. Wild Woody is better than Flink in some ways. Who would ever thought? Not me. Man, I lost a ton of health. Just for that one hit. Oh, and I landed underneath the box and it hurt me? Ugh. European developers were so mean. I have to throw something into that guy. More hints. You're able to slide down 45-degree hills by pressing down on the joypad. This way, you're also able to slide tackle enemies, which is very effective. You know, you could have told me on the first of the 10 hills instead of the 10th. Oh, come on. Oh, he's back. He dropped a ring, which I probably need. It went down a pit. Ugh. The color palette is beautiful. I don't really agree with that. I feel like the color palette looks very muted. I mean, I think the quality of, like, the objects is nice, but, The amount of colors on screen feels lacking. Lots of browns and greens. And dark browns and dark greens. Yeah, that's a good way of putting it, Vince. It's earthy. Although with the Genesis, you know, limited color palette, it's difficult to do art styles like this and have them, like, really pop on this console. Yeah, I don't find this cozy at all. Cozy to me is like what this would look like on an Amiga. Which Cool would probably know. Cool, I assume this also came out on Amiga. Back in the day. Actually, you know what's kind of funny? Wonder Dog has a... You know, that's similar, you know, Amiga graphics style, and it had colors that popped a little bit more. Yeah, Rystar Ace, that's a gorgeous looking game. Very good use of colors. It's got colors that, you know, look very bright. It's not cozy to me because the gameplay is trash. Yeah, maybe. Maybe. I mean, and I wouldn't even say the gameplay's trash. It's just, it's very mean to new players. And you've got to put a lot of time into it to, I think, really find the enjoyment. And trust me, this probably looks like fun to some of you guys out there, but trust me, the late game is just extremely nasty, extremely mean. It's telling me stuff like I already know. Like, why aren't you telling me this in the very beginning, like the first level? It's just weird design choices like that just irk me. You know, remember, this game came out 3 years after Super Mario World, which was like one of the earlier platformers I ever played that actually had like information boxes. Do you know when those information boxes were implemented? At points where you first experience a new mechanic. They like explain it right away. They don't wait, you know, 10 levels in to do it after you've already figured it out. Which makes it always makes me feel extra stupid when they explain it to me before, or like, well, after I've already figured it out on my own. It's like, hey dummy, you probably haven't figured this out by now, but hey, you could pick up boxes. Vince says this game does get a little bit tougher, a little bit brighter later on. I got curious and took a look. Yeah, there are fire levels later on. Yeah. Ugh, come on, dude, really? You need those guys if you want your items. That's right, I can just bop off of these. Whoa. Get your ass back here. No, that's not back here. That's away from here. Ugh. I don't even know if I need this again. Maybe. Hey! That's not fair. My other boulder disappeared. See, that's what I get for trying to be smart, guys. Trying to use my noggin. The game punishes me for it. GG, Flink. GG. I thought I could get over there, but I don't remember how. I don't think I really trust myself. I'm maxed out on health. Yeah, one of the things about this game, though, is like I feel like it just doesn't even take advantage of the Sega CD at all. Aside from CD audio. Sound effects, it's just, you know, basic Genesis hardware stuff. Nothing special. You know, at least with like the early core design games, they used a lot of like the sample hardware along with your CD audio. Otherwise, it's like, why are you releasing it on CD? Yeah, exactly, Ace. Sega CD had really good sound hardware for the time. Those voice samples we heard in Lethal Enforcers were like really crisp. Very nice. The question is, can Flink swim? Probably not. Oof, barely made that. I'm gonna lean on the side of no, he cannot swim. Well, John Evan, if this was an SNES game, it actually probably would have looked nicer, you know, given that console's higher color palette. But that said, it would have, sprites might not have been as defined in that because of the lower resolution. Kind of like Chuck Rock. Chuck Rock, I think, overall looks nicer on the Super Nintendo, but, you know, not everything is quite as crisp as it is in the Genesis version because of that lower resolution. Locked treasure chests. How many keys do I have? Let's see. I guess I... Really? Did I already use my key without realizing it? I may have. I may have opened up a locked chest. Yeah, see, there's one. I think I did. Maybe that first chest was a locked one, I just wasn't paying attention. Again, that's one of those things that's like, oh, you're gonna explain it to me after the fact? Great. I've wasted a key. Yep, 2 locked chests. Whoa! Hey, Carlos, welcome back. I know I'm being really negative towards this game, but I don't know. Just blame it on the PTSD. Learning how to beat this game oh so long ago. I was gonna do a, back when I was like all about trying to make scripted reviews and stuff like that, because that was, well, what all the YouTubers did back then, is, I tried making a scripted review of this game, but I didn't have it in me. I still have old, like, camcorder footage I recorded for it, laying on a hard drive somewhere. Oh, I just slipped off that platform. I wasn't trying to. Alright, what am I doing wrong? Okay. Oh, come on, you gotta be kidding me. That was my fault. Should've known those spikes were there. I already ran into them once. Office says, what are you doing wrong? You're playing this game. Okay. Lock chest. Is this a key? What? Dude, are you serious? So we've got, like, 3 locked chests, no keys. Select spell. Wait, what? Are you freaking serious, man? Oh my god. You have to equip your key? Ugh. Why? How am I gonna get back down? Look at that. That is just mean. That is mean, game. Why do I have to equip my keys? Why? What did I get for that? Keys aren't even spells. They don't even tell you, like... Oh, now we gotta scroll. Thanks for releasing me. Here, take this magic scroll and read it carefully. This spell will light the sky. It may help you on your quest. Now, you must go and free the village from the evil spirits. Good luck. Use a feather and leaves, maybe rings, maybe, You know, it would have been sweet if I got that scroll and a message popped up and said, hey, you just got a scroll. Go to your options menu to read it. Ugh. Yeah, like, I had remembered, like, aren't I supposed to, like, do something like grow a vine or something like that? I don't know. Alright, so create spell. Magic Leaf. Feather. Magic Leaf. Okay, that is kind of cool, actually. Lemmings come out. Wow! Did it fail? Are you serious? No, again? Oh my god. Wait, actually, you know what? I think I'm getting ahead of my spell. Getting ahead of myself. No, we got absolutely nothing for that. Nothing! And now we're out of items. I was using the wrong rings, I guess. But it doesn't give you the exact recipe. I guess you have to experiment. Like, why? What? I had one silver ring? Ugh. If any of you guys decide to play this game, make sure you have a walkthrough up every single time you play it. Just wasted those items. Alright, so we're soft locked now. Thanks, game. It's still no way to get back down here without taking a hit. This is, so, okay. So there's a sort of follow-up to this game. It's called The Adventures of Lomax. It's a Lemmings-based platformer. It's like a sequel to this game. Except as far as I'm aware, I don't think there's a spell system in the game. I think it's more like simple just run and jump. It's a lot more fun. And if this game was just that, I think it would be actually a pretty cool game, but the puzzle element with having to formulate, like, spells and stuff, like this part right here, it's designed for me to land on that leaf, float across, jump up, grab the vine. Okay, that's solid platforming. It's tricky, but it's solid. It's still fine. But if you don't have the right items, and you gotta go back down, well, it's not designed for you to go back down. So if you go back down, you get hit by spikes, and that's not fun. Like, you're taking force damage while still trying to figure out this super arbitrary, like, puzzle system. And it's just... this is why, like, I just really railed on this game back in the day, or really wanted to. I never did finish my review. But I was in a really negative headspace with this game. That's about how I felt playing this 10 years ago. You're welcome, guys. And I don't know if this one's gonna be any better. I've barely played it before. Whereas Flink, I did finish Flink several times back in the day. I think on my Gameplay No Talk channel, I even uploaded my old footage for my review as a long play. With really awful video quality, because that's how it was back then. But this one, I've only played for like 5 minutes, and that was probably a while ago. But from what I understand, it is also more like puzzle platformer than it is like just straight, fast action platformer. Traveler's Tales. Man. They did some stuff during the 90s. Some good stuff, some weird stuff, some bad stuff. Some really impressive stuff on the Genesis, however, I will say. Gotta give credit where credit's due. Gotta love how, like, a lot of the full motion video on this platform, like, was really quiet compared to the actual games themselves. Also, we are not playing Microcosm. I've never actually watched this before either. A very slow introduction. That's another thing about intros from some Sega CD games. It's like, they just went on and on and on. It's like, it's the point, man. I will say, there were some really, like, cool, like, introduction sequences and FMV sequences in general. Just depends on the game, but a lot of games were kind of like this. They just meandered for way too long. Just like going around checking my social media and email and stuff like that. I'm kind of bored watching this introduction. Then you're a little guy in a spaceship, you get knocked off course, and you probably land on Earth. That's my guess, because that looks like Earth. But for anyone that doesn't know, this is Puggsy, which also came out on a variety of platforms. Yeah, Genesis, Sega CD, and Amiga. For some reason I thought it was on more platforms than that. Some people seem to really like this game, but I've tried getting into it before and it just never really, like, clicked with me. But we'll see. Hopefully it's not as obtuse as Flink. What the Puggsy? Yeah, it's one of those games that just, like, back in the day, like, I would see it on the store shelves all the time, and it was really cheap, like $5 or $10. By the time I got my Sega CD, it was, you know, at the point of being discontinued, so, like, stores were liquidating its games left and right, and it was still on the used market for several years later, and you could get a lot of the games super cheap. Puggsy was one of those, and I always passed on it, because it just, like, I looked at screenshots, and I thought, yeah, I don't know if that's for me. It just looks kind of... I mean, it definitely... The colors seem okay, like, the animation seems really nice, which is typical of Traveler's Tales, and I've watched some videos, actually, from the developer, one of the programmers on this game, talking about how he did, I think it was Coding... Is it Coding Secrets? But yeah, he's one of the guys that programmed this game, and, you know, talked about how he got a lot of this visual tricks to work. And that's pretty cool. You know, I can give it credit there, but the gameplay itself always kind of looked not really... I like fast, arcadey action games, and, the more puzzle-centric ones are kind of like... They don't usually do much for me. I get bored. But, yeah, we'll see. Yeah, so Genesis, Sega CD, and Amiga. Cool and Unusual Games is going to have to tell me how the Amiga version is. Alright, let's go ahead and get back to the main title screen. I bet you, like, the collision detection and stuff like that is... And maybe even level design overall is probably going to be more thoughtful than, Flink. I'm just saying that right now. I don't know if that's actually true. We're going to find out. Swordcape says, wait, this looks just like Flink, but with the cereal mascot. Alright, so A is use, B is pick up and drop, C is jump. Hey, at least here you're not, like, crafting spells with one-time use, limited use items. Like, I think I literally soft-locked myself out of that last level we were at on Flink. Because I ran out of items, I couldn't make my spells correctly. We'll just leave it on the default lives. The music sounds, like, relatively funky, too. I like it, I like it. There's a junior mode, apparently. I don't know what that does. I mean, maybe I'll end up loving this game. You know? Some people really do like this game, legitimately. Then again, some also really like Flink. I'm assuming legitimately, but I sometimes wonder. Okay. Pick up. Oh, that's right, you press B to do that. And that's right, on the... Yeah, you can, like, hang off ledges. Whoa, and you can fling yourself up. Okay. Is there gonna be a treasure chest that has a scroll in it that tells me how to do that, like, after I've already figured it out? Okay. Wait, what? Oh, I picked the same level again. That's right, there's a map screen. I guess I get some form of control. Whoops, my bad, guys, sorry. Really short first level. I doubled my score! Oh, yeah, okay, so you move on the top left. That was confusing. It's one of those things where, like... It's like in Mario World. It should have, like, pushed me forward automatically. That's just game design elements right there. You know, I'd really love to actually play through Cool Spot. That always seemed like a really cool game, no pun intended. But Tommy Tallarico did the music for it, and you get copyright claim to hell and back for his music on YouTube. I hate it. Alright, pick it up. Okay. Nice! Interesting, so you can hold up and down and change, where you shoot. It looks like I just ran out of ammo. Okay, it's like you have to be in front of it to pick it up. This is drop. Really? Oh, that's right, you can use them as platforms too. Okay. I'll assume the levels start to get much longer. Okay, you can open up chests. Oh, and that's a key. Do I get any points for carrying this from level to level? Let's see. 900 points! Oh, I totally agree, John Evan. He was a dingbat on those TV shows. He was... Yeah, it's easy to make fun of him now, but even back then, like, I respected him for the music he made, like, back in, like, the Earthworm Jim days. But everything that came after was like, especially with the newer findings these days about how, you know, his employees made the music on a lot of the projects, and Tommy would take the credit for it. It's like, man, that's messed up. Anyway, we don't need to really talk about that, but one reason you guys don't see me play games like Earthworm Jim or Cool Spot is that, or Terminator on Sega CD is a big one. I'd love to actually play that right now. But I've been told by other YouTubers as well that, you know, I'll get copyright claimed to hell and back for that in particular, so. And one of the things about that boss is I had a hard time figuring out or understanding, like, why I was getting hurt sometimes and other times I wasn't. You will have to just do kazoo renditions of his music. I'd probably get copyright claimed for that too. Oh man, some more top dollar FMV. I love it. Alright. The Cove. I guess every few levels we do have a boss fight. Pretty standard formula. This was in the attract mode. Can I pick this up? I can. Like, even that, like... The block doesn't actually change. Oh, it does! No, it doesn't. Hold on. Let me pick it up. It does! Look at that. It, like, reverses. You notice there's that little, like, lip in the middle of that icon, and it changes, it, like, reverses sides. Nice attention to detail. Oh, is it one-hit kills? Wait, what? I had multiple hit points on the boss. That's odd. Okay, so there's a skeleton key there. Puggsy, the murderer. Looks like this is one of those games where if you just constantly hold down the jump button, you will constantly jump. I will say this mechanic is a little awkward. Like, how do I build that momentum? It's weird. Okay, so you sort of can do that. Alright. No, don't do that. He's bumping the boxes off, or the barrels. Trying to save some time here, really. Oh, no! It's like a very early video game form of Jenga. Not even. No! Okay. Not worth doing, I guess. Yeah, this is a little tricky. Okay, what? Oh, you gotta be kidding me. I will say I really don't like how it's one-hit kills in normal gameplay, but not one-hit kills during boss fights. It's like, pick one or the other. That'd be nice. I'm actually surprised that worked. Maybe I have to fall down. Whee! Sort of? I don't get it. Hi, would you like a drink? I'm so confused. Okay. Oh, you hear this one's good. How am I liking it? I mean, I think it's okay. I'd have to really get used to it. But thankfully, some of this, like, I already kind of know what to do with this because of the attract mode. Like, we basically create this statue, and then this opens up. Some of the physics-based elements, though, are a little awkward. Like when you know, have one of those barrels and you push it against another one, and it, like, just bounces off of it. Wow, that's it? Okay. That was easy. Yeah, cool. I was gonna ask you if you had actually played the Amiga one and how it compares. Shame you can't duck. have to knock this fish up, but it's so awkward. Yeah, that's one of those effects that's not the Sega CD doing that. Apparently that's just normal Genesis hardware trickery. I would have loved to have seen more of these Sega CD conversions have elements that actually take advantage of the CD hardware, like using the background scaling, you know, technology or something like that. Cool and Unusual Game says not play this on the Amiga. He doesn't play many platformers when he does Amiga stuff. Interesting. You should play more platformers when you do Amiga stuff. That way you can tell me how these games are. The Redwoods. It's, I mean, we're, I guess, like, 3 worlds in now, and, like, we've barely made it into the island. I'm gonna assume this is a pretty large game. Just an assumption. If anyone knows the actual length, I am curious as to how long it is. Although it does seem like one of those kinds of games that could potentially flow pretty quickly when you know what you're doing because of, like, the length of the levels. They've been pretty short so far. Ooh, found a secret gun. Puggsy's back for revenge in Puggsy 2. Puggsy's Revenge. Yeah, this will take some time to get used to. I'm bumping my head on the branches. Yeah, I will say this is not the most responsive, and it's not because it's, like, clunky and stiff like Wild Woody was, but it's just, like, it's heavily animated, and a lot of times with these heavily animated games, like, movement was less snappy than something like a Sonic the Hedgehog. It was kind of weird having, like, these sharp weapons, but you can't actually use them as a weapon. Yeah, I don't know. Are you serious? I tried to poke him, and I died. We both died, actually. Oh, I have to fill this up. I'm out already. Okay, filled it up. And I'm out again. Alright, so you get 2 shots with that. Okay. Yeah, it is definitely fiddly. Definitely one of those you'd have to spend, like, a good bit of time with, really figure out each level. Each level seems to just be a puzzle in and of itself. Definitely not a straightforward platforming game. Yeah, the physics are interesting, that's for sure. Ugh, alright, we're gonna go ahead and swap games. Yeah, I guess it's kind of ironic how a lot of the Sega CD games I haven't put much time into are all the Western developed ones. I wonder if there's something to that. I'm gonna have to dabble with my Japanese Sega CD games, though. There's a bunch of them I have here, and you know, I need to spend time with them, and then we can potentially do like an import Sega CD stream soon. It's not that they're bad off, it's just that they're usually not as polished. Oftentimes, like a platformer like Puggsy or Flink, they become more puzzle centric. Less arcadey. Yeah, I mean, I think Cool summed it up pretty well. Western developers back then were pretty much noobs when it came to doing platformers and shoot-'em-ups. And yeah, I totally agree. You know, there are definitely some games in each genre that I have soft spots for. But generally, like, Japan dominated, you know, those market segments.
Good evening. This is Max Schneider bringing you Core News Live. News just in. Nobel scientist Cal Morrow has been kidnapped in an attack which resulted in the brutal murder of his wife and eldest son. It is suspected that Carl Drax and the Chimera terrorist organization were behind the abduction. It's also believed that Chimera want Morrow for his knowledge of biogenetic weapons.
Cool. Did you see the one for Chuck Rock 2?
Surviving son Saul refused to give comment.
Like, the one on Chuck Rock 2 is actually, like, pretty good.
And on a brighter note, today
And it's
Los
funny,
Angeles,
too.
the Charles M. Jones Memorial.
But yeah, Wolfchild, Wonder Dog, and Chuck Rock 1 all look like this and have the same kind of, like, introduction. They're pretty boring. Yeah, you should check out Chuck Rock 2's intro. Is this glitched out? I think that might be glitched out. That's weird. Okay, that was really odd. No, it's still glitching out. Alright, I haven't played this game in a while. Oh! I know what's going on. This game doesn't like my Model 1 Sega CD. I think, Alright, where'd it go? Yeah, I vaguely remember having a problem with this game for some stupid reason. So I'm gonna pop into my EverDrive. And what I can do is actually load a different BIOS. Sega CD BIOS. I think what I did is I would use the BIOS for my Model 2. Or the Model 2. Yeah, with a flash card, you can actually load up a different Sega CD BIOS. You can load up the Japanese BIOS, the Euro BIOS. If you have a Model 2 Sega CD, you can load up the Model 1 BIOS and get that funky music. Yeah, it's a pretty neat feature. Yeah, I have never actually watched that introduction out fully either, because like the other intros by Core Design in these early Sega CD days, it was just very like mundane and boring, honestly. Oh, I think yeah, see, there we go. Works fine now. I actually meant to turn auto fire on. You kind of want it in this game, if I remember correctly. So I actually like Wonder Dog. I did a full playthrough of this on my channel probably about a year and a half ago, but I haven't played it since. But yeah, this is Wolfchild. Interestingly, the Genesis version actually has like very different levels and is a lot harder. And then the Super Nintendo version, same way. So I actually recommend the Sega CD version. It's like the most playable of the bunch. The most fun, the most fair. At least on the default difficulty. If you play it on hard, it's like, I feel like some parts are basically impossible. Like the game just was not balanced right. And it's actually interesting going and hearing the Genesis version after, because you can actually tell how many sound effects were using the Sega CD sound hardware. But on an Amiga, you can rock it with the CX40. No thanks. Yeah, Vince, I did too, because I had never really watched the full introduction. I thought it was glitching out. I thought it wasn't glitching out, but it was like purposeful. But then it just kept happening and kept happening and kept happening. I was like, yeah, it's a little much. Something seems off. And Vince says it's the same wolf howls, Altered Beast. Yeah, you're right. Yeah, it's a cool little game. You know, it's not too difficult to learn on the default difficulty level. It's a bunch of secrets that help you out as well, like in here. Oh, that's right. There are these, like, other things that reach out of the ground and grab you. Forgot about that. There we go. Once you're in wolf form, you basically always shoot. So you want to like get into wolf form and then stay in it. But if you take enough hits, you can get knocked back out of wolf form, and then the level becomes a lot more difficult. Hey Jason, welcome back. You can shoot walls and stuff like that, make point icons appear and whatever, other power-ups. Yeah, this version's really not a bad game. I do recommend it, actually. More straightforward, arcadey action. It's got some cheap moments, cheap shots, but at least on the default difficulty level, it's got a pretty reasonable difficulty curve. Not too frustrating. Ow. Hey Burgle, welcome back. Jason asks, have I beaten that game I've been playing on Twitch? Which one? Are you talking Dead Cells? I mean, I've been playing a lot of Dead Cells on Twitch. I'll probably play a little bit more later tonight. But the answer is no. I did get Slave Zero X last week. I did play that on Twitch a little bit too, so I wasn't sure if you were asking about that. And that one I did not beat either. But Dead Cells is not really like... Dead Cells is different when it comes to like quote-unquote beating the game. I mean, technically I have beaten the game a bunch of times, but I'm trying to get to like the true final boss and beat that, and that's just insanely difficult. Outer Jungle. Oops. Missed a power up, potentially. I would really like my wolf form again, please. See, this is why I practice for my playthroughs. Like my dedicated playthroughs, not my live streams. Come on. DG is playing Dead Cells right now. Very nice. There we go. Yeah, if I remember correctly, I think in the Genesis version, you actually get one less shot. Like, you can only shoot, like, one shot at a time, I think, in the Genesis version. And the Sega CD one, I thought you can get an upgrade to where, like, you can shoot a little more rapidly, like, have at least 3 projectiles on screen at once. Your main projectiles, as the wolf form. This one right here. Oh, now I got a charge shot. Yeah, after I learned this version, I went back and I tried playing through the Genesis version. Then I tried playing through the Super Nintendo version, and it was really interesting seeing all their differences. I basically came to the conclusion that the Sega CD version was by far, like, the best one to play. Mostly from a balance standpoint. Like, it was the most reasonable difficulty-wise. Yeah, you really don't want to lose your wolf form. The game just becomes so much more difficult. Because all you've got is this punch. So you need to learn the game and then kind of sit back and play it safe using your long-range projectiles. Alright, close to the end of this level, and then we probably go to a boss fight after this. You feel like this version's longer? How is it longer? I remember this being pretty reasonable size. Like, I think it only takes like a half an hour to go through. I mean, especially once you know what you're doing. Yeah, let me actually pull up my playthrough of the game. I'm actually very curious to see how long it took me to go through. I don't remember it being very long at all. Yeah, well, the video was 50 minutes, so yeah, maybe you're right. Well, the video is 50 minutes, but I started at the 6-minute mark, and then I beat the game at about the 45-minute mark. So it's like a little under 40 minutes. Well, I'd say it's more around 40 minutes, probably. So the final boss is, he goes on pretty quick. Well, the thing is cool, like, they rearranged the levels in a bunch of different versions. It's not just this one. Like, you look at the Super Nintendo one, or the Genesis one, it's, you know, they'll have similar level themes, but, like, the levels will be totally different, layout-wise. I actually have a, Patreon backer live stream archive that anyone here can view now. Of that. Where I was, like, trying to practice some games for... like Let's Play videos. Yeah, I'll link it in chat for anyone that wants to check it out. Like, towards the end of that stream, I fire up Wolfchild on the Genesis, and I'm, like, kind of blown away by how different a lot of things are. Ancient temple. I don't remember any of this. There's a bunch of stuff on this level, like, where you've got to stop, otherwise you'll, stuff will just, like, junk will fall on your head. I don't have any of that stuff memorized anymore. Yeah, when you're in wolf form, you can actually, like, bust through these blocks. Which is the only way you can grab the goodies from within them, if they're, like, only below you. It's kind of neat how you can walk behind spikes. Yeah, a lot of like memorize or die moments in this level. At least not outright die, but you will, you know, get hurt if you don't know what's coming up. Yeah, like, just running into things left and right. Wow. I lost my wolf form immediately. Although, to be fair, it makes this part a little bit easier. Yeah, so many little gotcha moments I just don't have memorized anymore. The Inner Sanctum. But, I mean, typical, like, you know, Western developed platformer from the era. It's like, it's very memorization heavy. Oh, that's right. That shield is actually invulnerability. Whoops. Am I supposed to just jump over these? No. I don't remember how to deal with those blades. Ooh, duck that. Of course, I still take a hit. I was thinking I could just duck there, but nope. What is Banshee? That's not one of those shmups, is it? Or is it another platformer of some kind? Banshee is a cool Euro shmup with cool art and iffy everything else. Oh, that sounds just fine and dandy. I can't wait to play it, man. You basically summed up, like, so many Euro-developed games in particular that I played from this time period. Like, looks great! Everything else is kind of iffy. It's like, Scott asks, have I already played Mortal Kombat? I have not, and I most likely will not. Because I have, one of my focuses tonight, Scott, was to try to play kind of weird or oddball stuff I don't mess around with that often. Because I've done a lot of Sega CD streams in the past, and, you know, I just wanted to do something different. Especially for the people that have been watching the streams for a long time. It's like, do they need to see Lords of Thunder for the 5th time? We'll save it for another stream. Same with Mortal Kombat. Or Sonic CD, or Final Fight CD. This is literally the boss fight, by the way. I thought I could have up to 3 projectiles on screen at once. Maybe I'm just confusing it for 2. The thing is, these enemies just keep spawning in, and I guess the idea is that they're supposed to overwhelm you, and they do on other versions and other difficulties. But on this default difficulty, it's pretty easy. You just kill them as they come in. Jason asks, do I like games like SimCity? I do like games like SimCity, but I don't play them very often. Mainly just SimCity and SimCity 2000. Cool. Cool says Wolfchild is the Banshee of action platformers. Are you sure about that? This is just, you know, typical Euro memorization heavy action game in my eyes. It's not the greatest thing ever, but it's also not that bad either. But I'm speaking strictly from the perspective of playing this version of the game. Also, this section is like, to me, it's like impossible on the hard mode. You just get ganged up on so quickly. This is actually, honestly, to me, it's closer to like Shadow of the Beast in that it's just about knowing what to do when and where. It's memorization, and then once you get it down, you can get it down like every time you play it. Obviously not the exact same kind of game, but the idea is the idea behind my thought is like the memorization aspect of it. It's just very reliant on the memorization. Like it's got your gotcha moments. Thankfully, a lot of the gotcha moments in this don't kill you instantly. Like what I hate about a lot of Euro developed action games like this is that there will be a lot of like gotcha, you're dead instantly moments, and that's super frustrating. Or many of those Euro developed action games where like you get a long health bar, but as long as you're sitting on top of an enemy, it's constantly draining. Like there are 0 invincibility frames. Novastorm was like that, actually, when we were playing that. You'd see me like run into objects and my health would just go and then it was like completely gone. And that's a lot of like action platformers by you know, I always like to say Western developers, but the fact is, like, you know, I think we saw a lot more by Euro developers thanks to the, you know, the popularity of like the Amiga and C64 and, you know, ST and stuff like that over in that region. But this one on Sega CD, like, again, on the default difficulty, is, it's pretty manageable once you, like, you know, really know what you're doing. You memorize certain things, and then it becomes a really smooth playthrough. Now, I haven't played the Banshee that you're talking about. But something tells me that's going to be a lot more jank and iffy than this. This is fine, I think. You know. But again, you go and you play other versions and it's not as fine. So there's that whole element too. Oops. Actually, no, that's fine. Like again, like this part right here, totally memorization based. It's like I took a hit because I completely forgot, like, those things even shot out. But yeah, like, if I remember correctly, the Genesis version, you can only shoot... So, like, I've got a special shot right here, but this shot, your primary shot, I'm pretty sure you can only fire out one projectile. And so you basically fire half as fast in that game. And that significantly changes up how the game plays. And how enjoyable it is, too. And how easy it is. Just simple little gameplay tweaks like that make a huge difference in the enjoyment and overall difficulty of a game. But yeah, again, coming like from the perspective of just the Sega CD version, I think it's a solid little game. I don't think it's that janky. And back to the Shadow of the Beast reference, it's like, you know, kind of like that, you know, the gotcha moments, which there's a lot of in Shadow of the Beast. You just gotta memorize those. Oops. Cool says this is better than Shadow of the Beast? I don't know about that. I mean, they're two different kinds of, like, action games, though. Side-scrolling action games. Shadow of the Beast is much more memorization than even this is. But man, Shadow of the Beast is just, I don't know. I think it still looks, it's still a gorgeous looking game, and I don't know. I mean, I could totally see how this is probably going to be a lot more fun for a lot of people, but I think I'd still rather play Shadow of the Beast. The visuals, the music, the atmosphere, the mood and the atmosphere in Shadow of the Beast is like unmatched for a side-scrolling game of that time. one of the things I loved about the first Shadow of the Beast, is it's super moody. This is just kind of like, look at me, I'm a wolf, killing lots of generic-looking enemies. It's like, okay, whatever. I get nothing out of this in terms of like mood and atmosphere and whatever. And Shadow of the Beast has it in spades. Cool. I've already got multiple Let's Plays of Shadow of the Beast Genesis on my channel here. One of my bucket list items is to try to learn the Amiga version. Cool says Shadow of the Beast 3 was supposed to be the good one, but he didn't play it. Yeah, I always forget there was a part 3, and that was only on computers. At least part 2 came out on Genesis and Sega CD. I think we're actually getting kind of close to the end of the game. There's this level, and then I think there's just a couple more stages after that, and then we're basically done. Alright, I think I can go right, but I'm not going to. Cool says, I honestly don't think the ports of Shadow of the Beast do it justice. You know, I think I agree with that, but I don't know. Like I said, I do really like the Genesis version of the game because, you know, that mood and atmosphere was like actually like crazy in that version. But also it was like insanely difficult, but I still ended up learning it and got really good at that version. I can still go through most of that game like without any issue. So I have a major soft spot for it. I have played a bunch of some of the other versions, though. Like, I love the Link's Shadow of the Beast. Actually, I'd probably say, of all the ones I've played, that is definitely the best, like, version from a gameplay standpoint. It's the most fair, but it also has a lot of great, like, scaling and really nice animation and stuff like that. But, you know, I like the Genesis version just because it's like a personal achievement, and I think it still looks pretty good, actually, even with the muted colors, and it's The mood is like off the charts in that version. But then there's the Japanese Mega Drive version, which has all these balance tweaks, which makes it, I think, for most people, like the preferred way of playing it on Genesis. Yeah, this is the last set of levels. We're towards the end of the game already. There's the, I think it was canceled, Super Nintendo version. That one was weird from what I played. But I do really like the TurboGrafx CD version, or the, I think it's PC Engine CD. Did it come out in North America? I don't remember. It's got some like really big, you know, sprite work, and the CD soundtrack is really nice. Avoid the Master System version of Beasts Like the Plague. Is not very good. Isn't there an ST version of Shadow of the Beast as well, and it just looks like really muddy? And I think I vaguely remember that. But yeah, Amiga version, I definitely want to like fire that up sometime and actually learn it, go all the way through it. Alright, well, we don't need to finish this. I'm kind of like losing interest here. So, we're gonna do one more game, guys, then I'm gonna get out of here. Because I want to get some food and then play some more Dead Cells before I have to go to bed later tonight. Guys, I gotta work. And actually, I'm gonna go ahead and just power cycle completely because it's not ejecting my disk drive. Because I'm using the Model 2 BIOS. So let's go ahead and go back to the Model 1 BIOS. But what we're gonna play now, I think, is probably the ultimate in jank. Alright, come on, eject. There you go. Funny enough, this is another one by Psygnosis. I told you this was going to be an interesting night. Psygnosis presents a really dark game. Literally. All right. Let's see how wrecked we get. It's gonna be very wrecked. For those of you guys that have never seen this before, you're in for a treat in all the worst ways possible. I actually do really like this movie, though. When I first got the Bram Stoker's Dracula pinball machine many years ago, I bought the movie used. It was like super cheap, and I watched it a bunch of times. I was like, yeah, actually, I think it's aged quite well for what it is. Keanu aside.
The year of our Lord, 1897. Jonathan Harker takes his first brave steps on his long and perilous journey. His single purpose is to rid mortal man of this appalling creature, and banish his memory from the realms of the living. For while he lives, terror roams the earth. But beware the stones across the bog, for they conceal a hidden danger.
Oh boy, only 2 continues. Oh yeah, here we go. That's my jump. That's my jump kick. And I think that's it. Oh, roundhouse. Look at that. I'm a real martial artist. Okay, forward kick, forward kick, forward kick, up kick, up kick, up kick. Nothing while you're ducking except for just jabbing with your fist. But nothing with the feet. It's weird. Hit the stand and kick. Okay. Let's attempt this. You know, it's funny, this actually has more in common with Shadow of the Beast than, like, I think anything else we just played tonight. It's inch your way forward and kill stuff as they fly at you. Vornax says, I know Kung Fu. Oh my god. This is... I'm dead already. Yeah, Ace. I mean, I agree. I think it does look pretty cool. But man, the actual gameplay is... It leaves a lot to be desired. And it's definitely moody. I mean, it's supposed to be a spooky game. And I like that aspect of it. I have to actually jump over those? Okay. Oh, God. First level, you can die instantly here. Hmm. Apparently I can combo. And, like, he's got an elbow, I guess. Back and punch. And it's really hard to do. Okay. Jeez, the splash damage on that is insane. I will never be able to beat this game. Ever. DG says, damn, I died at the hand of the king with the nerfed death scythe. Oh, man. What difficulty are you playing on? Just normal? Or are you doing any, boss cell runs? This is Bram Stoker's Dracula, and yeah, it's not very good.
And so Harker, oblivious to the cruel and terrible...
Oh, you're doing one boss cell, okay.
...boards the coach that is to speed him into the very heart of the Dark One's domain. But take heed, for lifeless statues are not always made of stone, and the Count, in one of his many guises, may drain your mortal body.
Yeah, getting to the last boss on Dead Cells, DG, and then dying is like one of the worst feelings in that game, because like a good run's gonna take you at least an hour and a quarter, I think. That's a lot of time to basically just like lose that potential progress. Like, I'm on 4 boss cells right now, and like I've gotten to him. I got to him twice on 4 boss cells, and the second time I got to him, I thought I was so overpowered it was gonna be a cakewalk. And I died in like 2 hits. And I was like, I was deflated. I was like, I'm done for today. I can't play this anymore. Yeah, they don't even refill your health. That's what I was talking about earlier. Just like in Novastorm, same deal. Oh. Wow, he shoots far. Come on. Can I just duck them? Okay. I don't remember there being any ghosts in the first movie. I say first movie, but I mean the movie Bram Stoker's Dracula from the 90s. Oh, I can't actually punch those. Okay. Oops. I'm still struggling with these controls. That's my fault. Like, a completely neutral kick to me shouldn't be a ducking kick. I should have to, like, press down and kick or something. And this forward kick should just be like my regular kick. Just weird design choices like that trip me up. I just walk right through the door. This is part of the FMV sequence. I don't think I've ever even been this far. I don't remember this guy. Hey Mo, welcome back. Long time no see. This is a big level. Dude, they take away half your health with one shot? Are you serious? No, why did that other guy take away half my health? I'm so confused. Dude, this is just mean. Ugh. Yeah, it seems like there are 0 invincibility frames. What? What? So I'm not even, like, stun locking him when I'm punching him? He just overrides all my stuff? What is going on here? Ah, this is the trash I was talking about earlier. I just can't stand this kind of game design. It bugs the hell out of me. I'm actually wondering if I was just getting punished for doing my full combo. Whereas I'm better off just, like, tapping the punch button lightly. Play smarter, not harder. Yeah, he really needed like a sweep kick or something, kind of like in Mortal Kombat. Oh no. I don't think I want to even know where this is going. Okay. I mean, you're welcome to just keep doing that. Hey, Adam, thank you very much for that. I appreciate that, sir. If this is literally all I have to do, then I am going to smile, because much of that level was total BS. What? I think we're gonna have to do the whole level over again if I continue. I bet you we have to. Yep. And you only get 2 continues, by the way. What happened is I died, and I was on my last life. I don't think I got a single power-up on that level either. Like, I didn't see anything drop from the ceiling. Now I have a morbid curiosity to know, like, if this game is actually, like, beatable. Has anyone ever actually finished this game? I'm sure someone has to have. I know I would have stupidly played this game a lot back in the day if I had it, like, when it first came out. Richie's Old Garage says, I bet this game could be way better if somebody modded it. It looks cool for Sega CD. Yeah, it's not, like, there are some things I do like about it, like, you know, the idea of basically, like, using full motion video to, you know, make up the background is unique. Ugh. I ducked it really at the wrong spot. And I do like the spooky atmosphere. Not a lot of games with this level of atmosphere from this generation. Ugh. What a pain. Ace says, I'm surprised it never came out on 3DO. I think the reason for that was Sony ImageSoft. Basically, Sony was responsible for publishing the game. I don't think they did anything on 3DO. Actually, could have potentially been better on 3DO for sure. Yeah, and like the strictness on health pickups and stuff like that is one of the things that makes it so infuriating, is like, you know, I took a bunch of hits and it's like there's no way to recover my health, it feels like. Wow, I can't even skip through this either. Okay. You have to watch this every time you play the game. We got 4 lives. Oh, come on. Have I seen the Tomb Raider on the 32X? Yes, I have. I'll be impressed when they get it running at a good frame rate. If they can get it running at a good frame rate. It's cool to see that it's, you know, it's been done, but right now it's not really all that playable from what I saw. It's still neat, though. Seems like you need to just have your foot out and he runs into it. The way the collision works, you'll be able to make contact with him before he actually makes contact with you. Kicks to the face. Alright, boss time again. Seriously? Oh, you gotta be kidding me. What? Why did I jump? I didn't press the jump button. Come on over here, man. Go past me. Yeah, so that's a nice exploit. You basically just keep jumping to the right, and the cutscene kicks in, and then when you... Oh, that's weird. You can basically just, like, cheat your way behind him. And if you play patient, you can just punch him from behind over and over. But you have to be really careful, because the hitbox on that shield thing is gigantic. Really? Ugh. I want some extra lives, game. You're giving me points. Do I get anything for points? Now we're skipping way ahead of the movie. This is like towards the end of the movie. Spoiler alert. Okay. I gotta... I don't know. You gotta read to me, old man? Or are you just watching you smoke? You're not even smoking, you're just holding the pipe. I think the game might be glitched out. Yeah, it kept looping the same animation over and over. Office is now this. Now here's the real question. This or Haunted Castle? Oh, Haunted Castle all day long. Haunted Castle's actually fun when you learn how to get through that game. And it's got some killer music too. Oh, I can't wait to fight multiples of those guys at once. This is some fast spiders. Really? A three-way projectile? Oh, nice, Mo. Congrats on that. I've never beaten Rastan Arcade. I made it pretty far in the Master System one. But even that one gets, like, stupid difficult, too. And I'm gonna die. Yeah, at least I got a health refill there. And it was actually all of my health. There needs to be more of that in this game. Bad Scorpion. Bad. I don't like that. I don't remember any of this from the movie, by the way. Oh no, really? How are you supposed to deal with two of those guys at once? See, now I want to see what this looks like on a CRT, because it's got so much dithering in the background. I need to get a Genesis RF switch. I have composite cables, but I can still see the dithering on my Trinitrons. Johnny, it was shown that it would have been even worse on the Super Nintendo CD because there wasn't really any extra hardware features on it. Maybe more memory, and that's it. Whereas the Sega CD does have actual, like, it's got its extra own code processor and, you know, extra video scaling hardware and stuff like that. A better sound processor. Alright, so our last life. We have one more continue. I mean, I will try again, because I've never bothered to play this far into the game. I remember years ago, Ben Heck got the SNES CD prototype and, like, did a deep dive on it, tore it apart, and talked about its internals, and it was kind of enlightening. So, like, that's literally what the Super Nintendo CD would have been. It would have been CD music and FMV, and not really anything else. I don't even know if it would have been possible to do, like, FMV backgrounds on it, like you have here. Probably, I don't know, maybe. Oh, this is painful. I really wish more Sega CD games took advantage of its entire hardware set, though. Like, more games using the scaling hardware and stuff like that. You know, Core Design had a few games like it. Like, they had BC Racers and then Battle Core, which Battle Core is actually a pretty cool game.
In a land of darkness.
It's actually playing
Dracula
it now.
flees the onslaught, and in an attempt to pursue, Harker
Soulstar.
enters the dungeons. Cold, dank air freezes his lungs as he prepares to face the evils that await. A word of warning. The brides are abroad, seeking to feed on the blood of a living man.
Into the dungeons. Again. See if we can do a little bit better this time, but we have no more continues. Wow, I got 23 points for that rat. Not 20, not 25, but 23. Well, it's nice to know they at least come to you. Okay. At least you can kind of, like, control that fight. Hey, XJ, welcome back. Hey, Motorhead, welcome back. Looks like you have more time when it's in the backdrop. I do feel like I would have liked the visuals more if like your main character looked more like the enemies do. Some of the enemies clearly look like just normal pixel art. Whereas my guy is like pre-rendered and he looks super goofy. Ugh. These guys mixing up their patterns is really bothersome. He looks like a waiter at a Greek restaurant, right? Six levels, so we're halfway through the game. Almost. All right, see ya, Mo. Have a good night. Oh, jeez, come on. God, I wish you could just, like, punch those. It takes so long to jump. Like, to turn around and then jump, it just... Oh my god, you can jump backwards? Are you serious? Okay. I just learned something. What? Do they kill me instantly? Why? Is this another boss? Let's see. I mean, I'm not gonna lie, Ace, I actually kind of want to learn how to beat this game too. If we've made it this far, you know, on the first try, maybe it's possible for me to do it. I don't know. Okay. Yeah, I basically stun locked him. Good to know. Yeah, I don't think anything is well thought out in this game, so if I can get away with the stun lock, I will take it 100% of the time.
Dracula, in one of his most potent and fearsome guises, is banished from his own kingdom. Harker now turns his attentions back to England, where his loved ones face the wrath of Dracula, the wolf. He returns to Hillingham House, the London home of his fiancée, Mina, and her longtime friend Lucy, who is even now succumbing to the charm of the rejuvenated barbarian count.
Yeah, except that cutscene they use where, like, you've got the flaming cross with the big vampire bat in the bedroom. That's in England, in the movie. Like, they're bouncing all over the place here with the cutscenes. They definitely took some liberties. So for anyone that doesn't know, like, the plot of Bram Stoker's Dracula, at least the film, basically Jonathan Harker is like a real estate agent. He goes to Transylvania to talk to the Count. The Count wants to buy real estate in England, and so he basically sets him up with that. Jonathan eventually becomes a prisoner in Dracula's castle when he makes that trip. And then partway through the film, Dracula ends up being taken to England via boat, which was actually part of that cutscene we just saw. And then things go from there. Gonna get killed by rats again. It is a little irritating. They're basically reusing the same enemy types. Like, instead of bird or bats, it's now like these owls or something like that. And more of the same rats, just to get in the way. And I don't think I can duck and punch them. Now the snake things, they are definitely new. Oh, I'm wondering if I'm going into the house to find Lucy? Which definitely does not happen in the film. Jonathan Harker, your main character here, he remains in like Dracula's castle for a big portion of the movie. I know you're gonna come alive. Oh, come on, seriously? I was expecting to have to fight that, I'm gonna call it axe armor, like in Castlevania. One of them has to come alive. I mean, like, yep, there we go. That's what I was looking for. You know, how about some extra lives, game? There are 0 extra lives in this, as far as I'm aware. I have to look up a manual scan after this, just to see if there's anything I'm missing. And then look up an FAQ. Dude, come on. Jonathan Harker needs food badly. Death by rat. Well, that was wonderful. Only 2 continues. I wonder if there's an options menu. And now that I got a game over, they're giving me credits. So, hey, check this out. Apparently there are level select codes. When Beware appears on the screen, press A, left, up, C, A, right, down to activate cheat mode. After that, push the following button combinations to start the desired level. Hold A plus B plus start to go to level 6, for instance. And when you activate cheat mode, you can hold A, push start, then start again, and you'll activate infinite lives. Hey, Dasan, welcome back. Yeah, we're going to be wrapping up here in a couple of minutes. As it's getting late here myself, I want to play some Dead Cells before I go to bed tonight. Oh, the reverse punch, it says that you press right, then left, and press B. Okay. Maybe that's pretty important. It says, during level 6, the player must rapidly press the A button to speed up, B button to jump, C to fire. Like, what? What is stage 6? I'm looking at the instruction manual right now. It says there are 7 levels. So apparently you can find a book that'll give you a continue. A chalice is energy refill, which I got. Garlic is an invulnerability for limited time. You can get an extra life as well. Hidden within wave patterns or particular enemies. Like, what? Richie says that, I know there's a horse riding level. Yeah, that must be it then. Dasan, the PC Engine version of Splatterhouse, the difficulty's not really any different from the arcade version. It's not very different. It's not different enough to where, like, you shouldn't be able to beat the arcade version. I would work on that, man. They're not... I mean, the TurboGrafx version is pretty close to the arcade game in terms of enemy layout and stuff like that. And that's, you know, that's where the difficulty's gonna come from. Yeah, see, now I'm wondering, like, what parts of the game can give me, like, these upgrades, because that's pretty important. I'm gonna check, see if there's an FAQ. I'm gonna laugh if there's an FAQ for this version. Nope, no Sega CD walkthroughs. Maybe I can be the first walkthrough. Write a text walkthrough in 2024. Alright, well, that's all the information I have for this game, and I've got nothing telling me where, like, power-ups and upgrades are, unfortunately, so... I only found, I think, 2 life refills over that entire run. And if there's like more of those, maybe the game's gonna be a lot more doable. But especially things like, I never saw 1 continue or 1 extra life at all. So I have no idea. So Dasan, I mean, there's a lot of them I've read over the years that are really good. That really helps me out a lot. Like the walkthroughs for Super Pitfall, for instance. And it depends on the game, too. Like, there are some games where you really don't need to write a walkthrough. You know, something super straightforward. But I do try to refer to walkthroughs when I'm trying to do dedicated playthroughs here, because just in case there's, like, something I'm missing, like some little thing that's really obscure, maybe like a cheat code or, you know, just a hidden feature. I have tried Mary Shelley's Frankenstein. Isn't that, doesn't that game have, like, weird beat-em-up elements? I remember it being just really, really weird. Unless I'm thinking of a different game. Let me see. I'm looking at a video right now. That's right, there's adventure game elements. I thought you had to actually, like, fight people eventually, though. Yeah, there's like a one-on-one fighting section, and that's really weird. And looks janky as hell, too. Yeah, there was actually a double pack of that and Bram Stoker's Dracula, funny enough, for Sega CD. Ace, yeah, I just looked at the instruction manual and it says that too. I just don't know where you're gonna find those things. That's the issue. It's like, I didn't find a single one. And the instruction manual states that it's through specific enemies or enemy waves. And, yeah. Yeah, I'm looking at Mary Shelley's Frankenstein Design, and it looks kind of interesting, like point-and-click adventure mixed with fighting. It's really weird. Ace says he thinks I had an extra life show up on the first level. Yeah, I don't remember that. I don't remember anything dropping on the first level. But maybe I just wasn't paying attention. All right. Well, that's depressing ass music. Let's at least cheer things up a little bit for the end. Oh man. Well, guys, thanks for hanging out. Like I said, that's gonna do it for me tonight. I am gonna go ahead and get out of here. Because of that game, we actually ended up playing a little bit longer than I was anticipating. We played for about 5 hours. Yeah, like I said, I've done so many Sega CD streams here over the years. I wanted to do some stuff that I don't have as much positive experience with, or just any experience for that matter. Like, I've never actually played Wild Woody before until tonight. Things like that, and never really made it past the second level in Puggsy because I just never felt like it. Hopefully you guys enjoyed that change of pace. Scott, if you're watching the archive, hopefully you enjoyed it. He had actually suggested more Sega CD a couple nights ago, so I was like, you know what? Let's do more Sega CD. Yeah, that's gonna do it for me, guys. Thanks everyone for watching. We had another good turnout tonight. Much appreciated. And I'll have the archive up sometime tomorrow, most likely. I'll have it time-coded to each game that we play. And, yeah. Thanks once again. I appreciate everyone that did Super Chats tonight. Shoutouts to Saikazu, which is Adam, Dragon Breath, and Colin Baldwin. Thank you guys very much for that. Much appreciated. And I'll get these backer slides updated for the next stream. I still have my Psydoom stream archive I need to post, so watch out for that. And I need to start practicing for some more dedicated playthroughs. Been on a bit of an NES kick lately, but I've also been doing other stuff, having to get a lot of stuff done around the apartment. And I've also been playing a lot of Dead Cells during the work week in particular, late at night. So all that stuff has kind of kept me from really practicing some playthroughs, but I jotted down a big list of games I want to try to work towards, and I started working towards some, and actually finishing some, so I just need to finish them again and again and again so I can get some of these runs down and then do some recordings. So, but yeah guys, that's it. Thanks once again for hanging out. Have yourselves a great day or night wherever you are out there, and I guess until the next one, take it easy.